Just make sure this mic is working this morning. It seems to be reading loud and clear. Good morning, good morning. Hopefully everyone had a restful weekend as we kick off yet again another trading session here. First week of September is now complete. Some dust is settling. Kids are back to school. Let's see what we can find today in the market for some alpha opportunities. There's some news hitting the board across a variety of different stocks from S&P 500 inclusions to certain space deals being blocked. Then you also have China stocks obviously pumping to the upside. So we're going to digest quite a bit this morning. So a couple things to note here. Commodities are surging again. Gold surging to the upside, making new all-time highs. Silver right now, silver's trying to bust through. It looks like it's going to take out the highs as well. Then you have the entire energy complex also surging to the upside right now. Nat gas is soaring and roaring to new highs, coming into that target price zone of roughly 331. If we throw in some key moving averages, you've busted through the 50, all of the shorter term moving averages, and you're coming up to that EMA 113. If that were to hit there today, I would short the heck out of nat gas. But commodities seem to be going through a bit of a reflation trade, and this is now happening just as last week we saw yields pretty much close at their lowest point since quarter quarter four of 2022. So late 2022. Quite interesting, right? You also have WTI crude surging, bouncing off of support. Crude loves to do these bearish traps here where they get people piling on the short side after a nice technical breakdown, and then they absolutely just demolish you on the short side. So obviously crude is under a bit of pressure this morning. Sorry, crude is pumping up to the high side this morning. My coffee's still kicking in, guys. Okay. We also have crypto making a little bit of a move. So crypto is considered also a commodity, at least BTC. BTC still holding technical structure, bouncing off of that backtesting trend line, holding that daily chart EMA 113. Ethereum right now lagging just a little bit. You're seeing a little bit more Bitcoin dominance coming into the picture. Right now, if we look at the market as a whole, jumping to the SPX chart, we are still in a technical daily chart, weekly chart, monthly chart uptrend. Even though the last week's Friday candle saw a bit of a reversal, we are still holding higher lows, higher highs. The market is still showing strength. Despite weakening economic data, fundamentals are starting to turn bearish. Technicals are still aligning to the bullish side. So that being said, which leads which? Do fundamentals or do technicals lead? Technicals always lead. Price action is king, and technicals are price action. Fundamentals are just harder to time because the market can stay buoyant longer than you and I can stay solvent if we were to short this entire market down. Nevertheless, we do have key shorts on watch, but still net long this market. Today we're seeing remarkable price action in China equities. This is something that we are still printing profits on, holding upside calls in BABA, which are deep in profits. BIDU still holding upside calls in BIDU. Look at BIDU, what a stunning weekly chart breakout, gapping up $8 on the session. So China stocks across the board are pretty much showing unrelenting strength. Chegg looks like another one that is about ready to go. You look at PDD, that's gapping up slightly this morning. Not as much, but definitely showing a little bit of strength. And why is BABA gapping up this morning, guys? Well, Baba obviously has been a little bit reserved in the AI race. And Baba today launched its AI model, the QWEN3 Max preview, with over 1 trillion parameters surpassing OpenAI's GPT 4.5. So obviously showing that they are definitely in the AI race, which gives us that upside target and fundamental backdrop. If you haven't looked at that fundamental review that I did on Baba, I highly suggest you do so. Let's look at Intel this morning because Kramer gave it the kiss of life. He has the kiss of death and he has the kiss of life. But basically, Kramer saying that you have to be very careful with Intel this morning. Sentinel-1 is to acquire Observe AI in cash and stock deal, enhancing real-time telemetry and autonomous security. So Sentinel-1 could be a little bit of a dilution play today on the back of that acquisition. We'll keep that one on watch, but announcing a bit of a buy. All right, ASTS. ASTS. Gapping down this morning. SpaceX Starlink agreed to buy wireless spectrum from Charlie Ergen's EcoStar for about $17 billion. EcoStar is to sell full portfolio of AWS-4 and H-Block spectrum licenses to SpaceX. The deal consists of up to $8.5 billion in cash and $8.5 billion in SpaceX stock, valued of the entry into the definitive pact. SpaceX is also to fund an aggregate of $2 billion of cash payments payable to EcoStar. So right now, ticker SATS is EcoStar's ticker, and you can see it clearly looks like Wall Street had a front run of that news, and then this looks like a bit of a blow off top move on the actual buyout rumor. So very, very strong gap up for SATS this morning, and therefore it is hindering ASTS this morning. Pretty much an inverse move. A nice head and shoulders pattern has triggered on ASTS. Let's calculate the downside target of this technical breakdown, and you can see we pretty much eradicate this whole bullish move. So just understand this is a really big breakdown that looks to be confirming today, down about 10%. Now you are coming into a little bit of minor support here. But the question is it enough? I would be more inclined to wait for that daily 200 moving average. Let's see where this stock gap down in the pre-market. Just to discuss some things. Yeah, pretty much trading at the dead lows in the pre-market right now. So ASTS, there are long levels, but I would have to personally wait for at least a tap and flush into that key daily 200 moving average. So we'll keep that one on watch. All right, this morning, APP app lovin'. This is what I thought. I should have taken those lotto upside calls. I was gonna throw about 600 bucks into the 530 call, sorry, 525 calls, and oh my goodness. Look at that. Nice gap up. Inclusion into the S&P 500. Now, let's just look at how the inclusion into the S&P 500 has fared. One of the last stocks that was included was ticker XYZ. Obviously, XYZ had that really strong gap up to the upside. Where was it? Over here. So this was the inclusion over here on July 21st, opening candle. The inclusion gapped up and it put it up about 9% on the tape. Then off of the high pivot range, you had about a 3.5% dip and then a float back to the highs over the coming sessions and then a really big dip down. And you've just been chopping ever since, kind of filling this gap. So what this tells me is using a previous ticker like XYZ block, after a few days of digesting that gap up, price action actually came back down to fill that gap. So that allows that allows two things to occur for us. It allows us to scalp short and it allows us to enter a swing short at some point on this name. And you can see it had a really wild range XYZ gap up, cracked back down, filled the gap. Then it pushed back up kind of to your high. Then it gapped back down, sold back down. Then it floated back up to the range and now it's coming right back down. So again, if this comes back down to this lower boundary range, you could have an aggressive long scalp and trade it potentially back to the highs. So we will see if AppLovin wants to do some of the similar price action. I think that there could be a short trade over here. We're sweeping the high pivot, but before I get interested in a short, I'm probably looking at a 558 level. Okay. And we'll see if that one wants to shape up. So plug in my one device. All right, so we'll keep going through some of these news plays. There's a few more that we can discuss. There is a few more that we will discuss. Need to turn on that. No real economic data today that's set to influence the market, which is a good thing. It makes it a little bit easier to identify a trending session, which today could be a bit of a trend session, guys. We do have all indices green. Dixie and yields are continuing to soften again. VIX is flat. You have participation from all your mega caps, Tesla included. So it does look like a potential trending session today. The only concern is commodity complex so strong, which could influence things in a negative way. All right, let's look at Mr. Robinhood. Finally, Robinhood gets included into the S&P 500. Let's see if this becomes a buy the rumor, sell the news. There's a strong chance of that. Why? Look at the relative strength differences in Robinhood. Let me erase these channels right now. So Robinhood's an interesting one because obviously I think that there's going to be a squeeze momentum trade today. It's gapping up quite nicely, but Robinhood has yet to fulfill taking out its high price, all-time high price, unlike AppLovin. AppLovin is trading into new all-time highs, but Hood has not taken out that high just yet. So we will see if Hood wants to push for that high, but I do think it's showing a little bit more relative weakness, which is something that maybe we can find and execute a short trade on. Just maybe. Can see that it's trading right into that little bit of a pivot resistance, trying to get through that zone right now. I'd really wait for a move into the above 110, 111 for a short trade on Hood. Yep. I'm just scrolling through Uber partners with momentum for AI-powered robotaxi. Let's see what Uber's saying this morning. Not doing too much there for Uber. BIDU up 7%. My oh my. UNH pumping this morning too, guys. So nice strong move on UNH, breaking out of that bull flag pattern, gapping up off of the bull flag pattern. Tesla continuing to try to press and break out of this weekly zone. So what's impressive about Tesla, guys, is last week Friday, this was the highest weekly close for Tesla since you put in this May high weekly close candle. So it's had a nice digestion, a lot of chop and slop in this region. You've done a lot of shakeouts, fakeouts, both on the bullish side and the bearish side. I think Tesla is shaping up for a really big surge to the upside. Yes, I do. Let's look at uranium. I haven't checked that out this morning. Uranium, not doing too bad. I think this week you're going to see a huge move in Some of these nat gas equities, OKE saw a nasty breakdown, got gobbled up. Looks like a fake breakdown. Let's look at Range Resources. That's just quietly grinding to the high side. Again, nat gas is remarkably strong. So expect nat gas equities to likely continue and press. I'm expecting EQT this week to break out of this basing formation. When you have nat gas flying as quickly as it is, basically, let's just take a quick peek here. So nat gas in really less than 2 weeks has moved up about almost 20%. That drastically helps margins of these nat gas equities. Start first saying Tesla 390. Yep. Yep, I could see that for sure. If we just simply look at Tesla's chart. Little peekaboo breakout. That's a strong weekly chart. And it's a pretty decent daily chart as well. You got this nice W pattern that formed off of a higher low, and it is trying to break out to the upside. So Tesla trying to show some strength. This week is important for Tesla because can it confirm a weekly candle breakout outside of this wedge pattern? All right. Let's just show it here. Tesla's certainly got the backdrop of higher price to push here. We do have open doors still punching to the upside here. So OPEN has fulfilled that symmetrical move target. So it's actually passing that move right now. Down a little bit from its pre-market highs, but very strong gap up for OPEN. All right, let me see what else is moving here. Let me just erase some of the stuff. All right, let's just look at AppLovin and Hood real quick because those are definitely on watch for some shorts. Haven't decided which one I'm going to take. I need some more coffee. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to grab some coffee. short side. Wow, natural gas, guys, is just squeezing. Holy moly, nat gas is squeezing. That's crazy. All right, so ATR level 2 on the daily is at 540, so there's definitely some resistance around that 540.47. Let's go to the 3-day chart. 532.56. Okay, and then that's way higher. Interesting. How about our weekly chart? Yeah, okay, so if you're aggressive around that 540-ish is a short. If you're conservative, right off of this zone here, that would put this ticker up 10%. But what about 10% from the high pivot? Yeah, 10% from the high pivot puts you all the way up to there. Interesting. So when you gap up today, weekly RSI, slight divergence, daily chart RSI. Pretty interesting there. The hell is this ticker? Octo. 8Co Holdings. Look at this move on this stock, guys. OCTO up 1200%. Pushing and pushing. Oh my goodness gracious me. I actually traded this before. I got some levels here. What the heck? Oh my god. I can't believe I traded this ticker before. But it's gapping up here. Let's see if there's a short trade. There might be a short trade. I don't even know what the news is, but let's just see. AIDCO Holding announces 250 million private placement with additional 20 million strategic investment from Bitmine. Oh, so BMNR investing a little bit into this company. So Tom Lee just so what are the odds Tom Lee's involved in this company before this pump? Pretty likely. But just shuffling money from honestly one business to another, it seems. Nevertheless, Tom Lee striking again here. All right, weekly chart resistance all the way up here. You're gapping through a little bit of a red bar there. There might be a short trade on this one if we can get shares available. They should have. I mean, market cap's tiny though. 12xing that market cap. You're going to have a huge amount of volume on this name. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at that move on this ticker. You know, there might be a short trade here, but we just got to let this one run. But I definitely think that that's probably some sort of a short trade setup, up over 1,000%. Again, squeezing on the back of BM&R investment. Holy shit, this stock is crazy. That is just crazy. Yeah, look at that short reversal area. We'll keep this one on watch, guys. Any sort of a breach of this pre-market high, I'm interested in an intraday short for sure. So I'll put an alert there. We'll continue to monitor it, but you just went absolutely silly there on that name. Absolutely silly. It's coming in now. All right, let's look at a couple other names. Again, so I do have a short level on AppLovin, APP. But it'll be a little bit higher. Yes, it will. Nvidia slightly green this morning. GDX pushing. Palantir slightly green. This is hitting a short level right now, up 5.91%. Holy moly. All right, I'm going to take a short here in the pre-market already. All right, we got some live trading happening already, guys. Nat gas hitting my daily chart resistance level in an extended move. I'm looking to buy KOLD commons here. Guys, I just took a fill on KOLD. This is a 1/3 position, 32.98 right into this gap fill. 1/3 position. I am shorting that gas just a little bit. And I will accumulate more KOLD every about 40 to 50 cents. So lots of movement already for the nat gas space. Nat gas hitting my TP, coming into a nice daily chart resistance level. Let's see if we can get any sort of a dip and sell side pressure. Yeah, 2% range is good. 2% range on cold is good. All right, so it's not often I do these pre-market. I mean, I do trade them, but mainly for swings. It's not often I trade in the pre-market for stocks. Usually like to wait, but I think it's a decent area. All right. Whoops, that's the wrong one. So NASDAQ is still remaining pretty firm here. All right, so let's I'm expecting nat gas to probably retrace back to this pivot high. But I would likely exit my cold, but just a little bit before that. So I'm looking for target price 1 on KOLD. TP1. Let's just make that a little bit smaller. At TP1, I'd look to sell half and move stop to break even. All right, since I'm in a trade, I gotta stand up. Stand up time. Just these cameras. Nat gas up over 5.5% on the session. Coming in quite nicely here. Let's go cold. Let's see if we can make some money before the pre-market even opens. Come on, KOLD. Retraced a little bit, Natty. Retrace just a little bit, natural gas. Come on back down. You know you want to. You know you want to. Daily chart resistance. Cold is coming up into first trim, baby. Cold is coming up into first trim. Come on. Bang, guys. That is first profit target on KOLD. First trim. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Market's not even open and we just scalped the hell out of that thing. Did not expect that to hit in the pre-market. I thought it was going to hit today, but not in the pre-market. All right, guys. So move stop to break even. Trade is now risk-free. Beautiful little profits. Amazing job. Amazing. Okay, so let's look at the indices right now, real quick. We have QQQ and IWM kind of neck and neck. They're both leading the charge to the upside right now. So SPY is slightly off of its pre-market high, but looking to push just a little bit. What else we got going here? Hot list, volume gains. Last week we did see distribution in Palantir, Neo, AMD. I haven't looked at AMD this morning. Look at the decline in nat gas, guys. Beautiful profits this morning in KOLD. That's what I am talking about. Pumping it. Let's go. Look at AMD. Under a little bit of pressure here before the open. Look at cold coming in, guys. TP2. Actually, we'll look for a full dollar on this trade. 33.98. Look at the pump on KOLD. You an epic short level, guys, on natural gas. That is stunning. Look at that reversal. Beautiful. All right, so AMD under a little bit of pressure there. Let's look at some of these other semiconductors. TSM staying fairly flat. Let's look at OKTA this morning. That one's decent this morning. NVIDIA. Make sure you put either an in the money stop or a break even stop on that nat gas short, guys. That's it's a nice trade this morning, right off of the hop. Yeah, Nvidia getting faded from the highs, looking like a head and shoulders intraday, trying to shape up. Microsoft at the moment under a little bit of pressure. So hopefully you guys were able to make. I love that. Starting the morning off with a beautiful, sweet trade already. As soon as that alert came in on my nat gas indicator here, I mean, bang, just full force. What's funny is we discussed that nat gas target price literally about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. And I said, if it hits that EMA 113, I'm looking at a scalp short. I was shocked to see the alert come to my screen that quickly. Crazy move. Crazy. All right, so let's see how app is doing here. Yep, app still holding quite steady. That is on watch. Hood is actually trying to push for the highs again. This one's probably going to try to squeeze throughout the regular morning session. Not looking too bad. AMD under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at KView. KView took a really nasty fall on Friday. Let's see what's happening here. Bouncing this morning. Let's look at C3 AI. Not doing too much, trying to hold a little bit steadier here. Open is coming in a little bit from the highs. OPEN. Let's look at SPY right now. So SPY is still the weaker indice on the tape. You now have tech though. Tech is doing quite well this morning. So tech is leading the charge, QQQ. If we look at where the S&P is trading right now, S&P is trading right at that prior day high, just slightly off of it. So that will be your initial resistance. It's likely going to pierce that level and try to sweep that all-time high. There's an aggressive short off of the open, guys, for SPY right at that previous all-time high. So that's kind of the area that I think I would look to short off of. But again, I don't know if I'm going to take it off of the open because they could squeeze it through there. If we do see rejection off that area, SPY's probably going to dip and then I think trend back higher into the rest of the session. So I would honestly look to buy a dip today. The market is, I think, acting okay. I think there's still lower interest rates. Sure, you got the commodities, energy strong, but I do think that there is a chance that we could see SPY do a little bit of a float and grind today, especially since Mega Cap Tech is holding up decently well. And there's no real news today. Trade, which is a short nat gas. The alert came across my stream and we took that area. But I'm looking at Hood, gonna watch AppLovin. Got two charts here open for them. Still holding steady here. I'm gonna put nat gas on another screen here, guys. And I'll put natural gas on another screen. And then we'll keep AppLovin on watch. APP, I think that makes the most sense. That and Hood. That and Hood look kind of interesting. You know what? We'll keep both Hood and AppLovin up on watch here. Because they're both showing pretty decent strength. Wouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking off of the open for these names, as some of the speculation traders likely entered some upside calls on the back of those announcements. I was considering it, but never ever executed. Oh, there's just too many alerts here. What are we getting? Octo OCTO right now is just pumping to the high side. Look at it up. Yeah, we're gonna short the heck out of this OCTO. I'm telling you. That's a sweep short level, guys. That just made a new high there, OCTO. Nat gas continuing to come under pressure. They're open here. Markets are open. Hood still pushing. App loving still strong. App loving is into the first aggressive short level, but I'm going to wait for the secondary level as Hood is pushing. All right, guys, I am short OCTA, small position here, 22.35, 22.35, 1/3. 22.35. I'm short this OCTO. 22.35. I'm short with a starter position. SPY right now. Starting to come in just a little bit. Looking at app love and still Nvidia is still strong. What a crazy move on this ticker. I would add to this name. Again, keep it small because this is a high flyer that they're seeming to pump. I would add around 25 bucks. S&P starting to come in. App 11 getting rejected off that first short level. Seeing a little bit of distribution. Look at this. Octo up 1,440%. That is crazy. Wow. Lululemon slightly green. SMCI doing well. GDX slightly faded. Palantir up 2.5. Ethereum trying to push. Well, I guess this stock is halted here. OCTO. That's what happened. Bob up 3. BIDU up 7.8. Nat gas still coming under a little bit of pressure. Robinhood still seeing some distribution. Open is up nicely. Tesla up 1%. Rivian slightly negative. Hood starting to come in just a little bit here. Let's look at the S&P. So they might gap Octo up after it opens. There's a chance of that. Still have profits on gas, which is doing well. You can see Hood slight distribution, but Hood looks like it wants to press higher here. App 11, you can see coming into our first short level. I was waiting for the secondary level around 545 Pierce, but acting quite well this morning. Google still pushing. Tesla still pushing. Markets are trending. Broadcom AVGO ripping to the upside today. So doing a nice retrace on Broadcom. If this swept the high today, I would consider a scalp short. Definitely. China stocks are still moonshotting here. BABA, BIDU. Nat gas equities are doing slightly well. MongoDB slightly negative. Google still up 0.5%. Open is up 6.7. Lulu slightly green. PDD slightly green. See, Broadcom is still acting quite well. AppLovin going for new highs, guys. New highs on AppLovin up over 10.5%. You can see Hood is also seeing a beautiful surge to the upside. It looks like Hood wants to try to target those all-time highs. Nat gas still under a bit of pressure. I'm looking at fading AppLovin here. Guys, AppLovin is a fade in my opinion up here. Common shares or put options. I'm going to look at some put options. We'll look at, just give me a second here. 542.50 puts. They're pretty expensive though. What about 540s? Big surge so far. S&P 500 still trending, so you got to be careful about shorting AppLovin. But I am looking at fading it up here, guys. It surpassed my upper boundary range. Push a little bit more, AppLovin. Push a little bit more. SPY still acting well. Yes, look at Octo, guys. What a dump there. I think it's halted again. What an absolute clinical dump, guys. Can pick that short within the penny of the all-time high. Look at that gap down. Already up 22.5%. It is halted back down. I didn't even get profits out of that trade since it halted so quickly there. But that is what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Hopefully it gaps down. So if this reopens, guys, in the 10 minutes, I'm going to look to take my profits. I'm hoping it gaps down again. So be ready. I'll probably just hit a market sell. Wow. What a drop there on Octo. Pretty much picking the high there. Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. All right, let's move back to the S&P here. Open still holding, Hood still trending, AppLovin still trending, guys. Ethereum trying to continue to push here. Lululemon's gone negative. Google still showing some strength. Nvidia getting a really big push. Rivian down, Palantir up 2.2. So you're seeing those leaders that were leading the market, names like Hood, names like Nvidia, names like Palantir. They're catching really decent bids today. Really decent bids. S&P 500 is still going for that previous little all-time high where I said we should short, but there is some resistance here. This was your prior gap zone on the S&P. Prior gap on the S&P. Hood is still showing strength. Nat gas, our KOLD is continuing to climb here, guys. So we obviously executed a short in the pre-market on KOLD, and that is working out nicely. My average is down here at 32.98. We took half the profits off the table, looking for 33.98. I want $1 on that trade. Hood is still trending here. I'm looking at an entry into AppLovin 535 puts. Spread is around $1 right now for end of the week 535s, but not looking too bad for AppLovin. I think I'm going to buy a contract here. I want to see if we can get another little push higher here. I really want to see the S&P kind of tag that prior all-time high. That's sort of what I'm watching for on the S&P. I am going to switch the charts here. We'll put SPY up there. We'll put AppLovin on the left. Guys, get ready for that Octo. Get ready for Octo, because if it opens up, I'm going to look for a short trade. AppLovin's starting to come in a little bit. No, don't reverse yet, AppLovin. Don't reverse yet. Hood is up 11. Intel slightly negative. You still have Tesla green, Meta green, Google green, Apple just went negative. IWM also went negative. Nat gas is coming under a little bit of pressure as SPY is seeing some sell side pressure here. Hood is still remarkably strong right now. A lot of bearish flow coming into AppLovin, guys. A lot of bearish flow. A lot of put option flow coming into app 11. All right, guys, I'm gonna do a 530 put option on APP. 530 put option on APP, guys. Did get filled at 880. Yeah, nice little decline on APP. Come on, give me more. Because Octo, this OCTO is going to open. I'm going to look to try to secure profits if it gaps down again, guys. We're 22% right now off of our short trade. Code has some top wicks. Come on, give me a... There it is, guys. All right, guys, I just took my profits on APP, or sorry, on Octo. Took my profits on Octo. I exited at 1683 exit. Locked in 24.98%. Beautiful. Amazing. Again, CTO. And the reason I shorted that level, that was honestly a pre-market level that I drew in right into this weekly reversal candle. Huge extension move. Excellent job there, locking in over 24% profit on OCTO. Amazing. That was amazing, guys. That was amazing. All right, let's flip back to the S&P 500. Open is still trending insanely well. We still have nat gas coming in, guys. We're still short nat gas, long KOLD, which is coming into my target price 2 here. I might honestly let this fall here. Nat gas could potentially want to show some greater distribution signals. Seeing a little bit of pressure in some of the nat gas equities here, but that's a stunning move on our KOLD short. That was a pre-market trade. If you're here early this morning, you had plenty of time to get in with that on us. And that one is printing. I'm looking for at least $1 before I consider taking profits here, guys. Wow, we are coming up into target price 2 here for our natural gas short. Come on. Pay us, nat gas. Pay us. S&P trying to float back to the high side. Looking like a potential hourly topping tail on nat gas. It's still up over 4.4%, but it's coming in hard right now, guys. Nat gas is coming in hard. It could have a drop down to 323 and change. Hood is trying to make another push. AppLovin trying to make another push. These stocks that are included into the S&P 500 are seeing remarkable strength right now. Remarkable strength. Palantir still ripping up 2.5. Google very, very strong. Lulu down 2. A lot of weakness hitting individual names. It's your usual suspects that are strong today. Your usual. Marvell up 1.5, UNH only up 1%. That got faded. BABA and BIDU still ripping to the upside. Bitcoin up about 1%. Apple slightly negative on the session. Again, you still have the IWM weak on the tape. Look at where the IWM is now trading relative to the market. IWM getting faded sharply. And it looks like the IWM could potentially want to try to test these lows. If you don't hang on to this key zone here, IWM support lies around this upsloping trend line here. AppLovin still trying to push. Nvidia still trying to push, going for that gap fill. It looks like Nvidia wants to fill that gap. No relenting sell side pressure yet in Nvidia. It's just a one-way freight train to the upside, pushing and pushing and pushing. Tesla's about to go negative. Apple's still slightly negative. Qs are ripping up 0.63%, diverging in a really large way. There's a big divergence between your tech-heavy stocks and your Russell. Look at the Russell. Low of day. There's over 1% divergence today between mega cap tech and small cap tech. Are we seeing a little bit of concerns around holding stocks that have weaker balance sheets? You're seeing mega cap tech getting ridiculous flow right now, sucking up all of that small cap liquidity. And perhaps small caps are getting sold off because investors maybe are de-risking some of their higher growth stocks. Robinhood, new high of day. AppLovin, new high of day. Natural gas continuing to fall here. Robinhood looks like it wants to target those previous all-time highs. Will it come up just shy? Look at the IWM falling to the downside. S&P 500 is starting to come in a little bit. QQQ is leading the dance right now. Your NASDAQ tech heavy sector is definitely leading the charge to the upside. Nat gas just made a little bit of another low. We are into target price too. Guys, I just took profits on my KOLD. I am all out of my KOLD, securing profits, just over 3% profit secured on that short trade. All out of KOLD, guys. Profit secured. Amazing little scalp short there. Now we just need um, the market to see a little bit of distribution to help this APP trade out. Wow, China stocks are still roaring and soaring. SPY starting to come in again. Are we going to lose that opening range on the S&P 500? IWM is continuing to see some near-term distribution. The downside move that the IWM could hit today, guys, is all the way down to a Pierce of 235, around 234. Let me just isolate that target a little bit more. So the IWM could head all the way down to 234.80-ish, catching a bit of a bid right now along with the S&P. Look at AppLovin continuing to roar here. What a crazy move. Hood is still soaring. Nat gas up 4.3. Nvidia has some top wicks. Google still acting quite well. Tesla slightly green. Broadcom still pumping here at 4.6%. Intel has gone green. Open still up 8.72. Your strongest mega cap today is Nvidia. Then Meta and Google are neck and neck. Apple lagging. Microsoft decent today. IWM bouncing nicely. A little bit of top wicks on open. Google still just absolutely ripping. One-way freight train to the upside for Google. Wow. Monster move. What else we got? Lululemon trying to take out the lows. Busting through the lows for Lulu. Busting through the lows. Let's look at how ASTS is doing. S&P 500 definitely lagging. Wow, look at the bounce in ASTS. I mean, remarkable buy the dip strength coming back into this name. Huge, huge push. Crazy. Hood is testing 115 and change. Crazy move on Hood. Love and still showing unwavering strength. S&P and IWM getting faded here. Nvidia's got some top wicks. Tesla looking to go negative. We got some higher risk assets starting to get faded here, guys. Google's still remarkably strong. Looking at China, BABA still holding strength, coming in just a little bit here on BABA. Wow. Let me see what my 160 calls for BABA are just ripping here. Absolutely flying on BABA. Trading at 1060 on the bid. Holy moly. BABA is just printed profits over the last couple months since July when we entered. That is insane. BIDU is starting to come in, guys. A little bit of weakness hitting your China equities. A little bit of weakness. IWM just printed a little bit of a new low, but Nvidia surging to another new high. Members, I'm taking a small trim on my Baidu calls. I'm taking a 1/3, selling 33% of my Baidu calls here. I still like China equities, but you got to trim a little bit of profit into strength. I just locked in 202% on my BIDU 150 calls for next year. 202%. And I think that there's going to be more profit still to come in that name. APP still holding unwavering strength. Hood, new high of day. UNH still trying to press. Palantir still doing quite well. Open still doing quite well, but there's some top wick distribution forming. Oh my goodness, maybe we got another short trade coming up. All right, so the next short level, guys, on this OCTO, I would take is, just give me a second here. I think it's still halted. I do have another short level, which comes into play. Honestly, just going to leave a resting order there at 23.65. I will look to short OCTO again. We'll see what happens. Got an alert there. All right, we'll keep the S&P up here. Hood is still ripping here, guys. Hood is still ripping. App loving taking a little bit of a breather. Still punching to the high side. Tesla still up 1%. Apple still slightly negative. JP Morgan just went negative on the session, guys. A little bit of an indicator. Maybe there's going to be a bit of choppy price action to come. JP Morgan, new low of day, triggering a bit of a bear flag. Not looking too good there for JP Morgan. That's a pretty nasty looking chart, from my opinion. AMD also went back to the negative side. Dixie yields are still soft. VIX is still depressed. Eli Lilly struggling a little bit. So it's your mega cap tech once again and your few individual leaders that are holding this market higher. But look at JP Morgan coming in hot. Coming in hot for JP Morgan. Yikes. This market could come under a little bit of pressure here. IWM still struggling just a little bit. Open starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Nvidia has a bit of top wick distribution forming. Google starting to come in just a little bit here. JP Morgan still selling off just a touch here. JP Morgan, new low of day. OCTO hitting another level of mine, guys. OCTO. Wow. Look at this OCTO, guys. Gapping up. That is crazy, guys. That is absolutely crazy gap up on OCTO. I'm short off of the 2716 area again. 2716. This is a 1/3 position. High risk. Super high risk. We already took about 25% profit on the first go around. But I am short off of 2716, 1/3 position, guys. This is a volatile name, guys. This is a volatile name. Huge extension moves. I would add to it at around $30. And please keep your share size small if you are trading this. Please keep your share size small. Oh my goodness. All right, I took another fill there at $30.76. That's 2/3 position short on OCTO. My final short entry would be above 35. That is a crazy stock, guys. Up on the session over 2,000%. You know people are going to take some profits. Whoops. SPY is starting to drip. S&P 500 still trickling a little bit lower. Sorry, I typed in my SPY put a little wrong there. Whoopsie. All right, JP Morgan's still coming in. Nvidia's still coming in. Google's still coming in a little bit. Apple coming in a little bit. Hood seeing some top wick distribution. What the craziest stock in the market is this OCTO. This is another world-class Tom Lee pump. Crazy, crazy mover with BMNR taking a stake in this name, pumping it to the high side. What are the chances Tom Lee had some exposure to this before the pump in some either direct or indirect way? It would be illegal to have a direct way, but you probably had some indirect way. Probably had a friend buy some call options ahead of time, or sorry, some stock ahead of time. Basically, the stock was trading like a call option down in this $1.40 area before it even opened. All right, so IWM still struggling here. Apple's negative, JP Morgan negative, Lilly, Carvana negative. AppLovin still waiting on AppLovin. Still seeing a huge push in this name. Look at the pump, this OCTO. I'm coming into my final short position here, 35 Pierce. All right, that's it. I took a Pierce at 35.17. Am I muted? No, I shouldn't be muted. Is my Telegram muted? I don't think it's muted. Everyone can hear me? 35.17. Yeah, Peter can hear me. Good stuff. Thanks, Peter. Look at them squeeze this name, guys. All right, my average is 31.53. I'm not gonna hold, not gonna short anymore. This one is live by the sword, die by the sword. I'll hold this one overnight. Um, but what a crazy move. That is just filthy. All right, AppLovin starting to come in a little bit. S&P 500 still trying to bounce off of its opening range low. Nvidia catching a bounce. Google still curling down. Your Dow Jones just went negative. JP Morgan still under pressure. Big bounce in the S&P 500. Look at them squeeze this name. My oh my. Maybe they want to take it above 48 bucks. Just maybe. That is filthy. Up over 2,500% on OCTO. And it is muted. Or sorry, halted. S&P 500 still just stuck in a little bit of a tight range here. Hood still trying to trend to the upside. Nvidia still trying to catch a big bounce. Open slightly faded on OPEN. MongoDB slightly negative. Palantir still strong as ever. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting your China stocks. S&P 500 still acting very well. Welcome to the chat there, Supreme Leader. Yeah, I always have recommendations. I always have recommendations. Just keep what I would suggest is I make videos on YouTube regarding tickers that I think will eventually have big moves up, big moves down. But what I would suggest is always keep your eye on these newer S&P 500 inclusion stocks. They'll have wide volatility ranges. I think Tesla's entering an interesting phase here. This week can either kind of make or break Tesla's fate. Let's see if it can break out of its wedge pattern. Um, drone stocks are certainly interesting. 3D printing stocks are interesting. Financials will be interesting. What we're seeing is typically financials should do well in a lower interest rate environment, but today you do have a name like JP Morgan, Breaking to the downside, you have your XLF basket. So XLF is a pretty decent weighting in the overall S&P 500. And again, why is XLF selling off here from all-time highs on the back of falling interest rates? Isn't interest rates supposed to help financials? Certainly not doing so today. Just telling me that the market, smart money, is trying to price in something else. I mean, look at JP Morgan. That's a nasty decline. Trying to bounce here, but nasty. But I think consumer discretionary are interesting. I think consumer discretionary is due for a near-term pump, and then on the back of lower interest rates. So if you look at your XLY basket, um, names like Tesla, Amazon, Nike, Home Depot, and a few other names in there. Those names are interesting because they probably will catch a bit of a near-term bid on the back of lowering interest rates, lowering cost of capital. But if employment data starts to weaken too much, then they're going to get absolutely decimated. Yes, they will. All right, App 11 starting to come in a little bit. App 11, take us down. SPY has some top wicks. Nvidia's starting to curl down. And I do like China stocks still. You know, we just pulled a little bit of profit off of our BIDU next year calls, 202%. We've been trimming our China plays in full force. We've taken a massive amount of profits just in the recent trading sessions. There's quite a few stocks that are really, really weak here in the session. Nice. Supreme Leader's holding PL, Hood, and A-Lab. It's been a good day, but I'm holding long term. Nice job. Wow, they gapped up that Octo, guys. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is just insane how much Tom Lee can pump a stock. OCTO gapping up to the high side there. That is filthy, man. That is a filthy monster move. Up almost 3,000%. It was up 3,000% at the high there. That is just crazy. From $1.40 to 45 bucks right now. You do not see moves like that all the time. All right, Hood is starting to come in. Nvidia curling down. Yeah, nice job on A-Lab. That's had a strong move. SATS coming in just a little bit. Metamaterials, that's coming quite a bit. App 11 starting. Wow, up 3,400% on OCTO, guys. They are just crushing this name. This is insane. Holy moly. That thing is a beast. Beast, beast, beast mode. That thing is absolutely insane, guys. Insane. Look at Octo Squeeze. They are absolutely ripping this stock. It's going to get halted again to the upside. This isn't going to end well when it starts to sell. It's going to come in hard, but what a monster move. What a monster move. This is going to have a hard fall when it does, guys. All right, S&P is still holding up quite well. Just trying to see where we can get that retrace to on this market. Again, I'm still short this OCTO. We netted a nice amount of profits off of the first short. Down right now on the trade sharply. But that's okay, it's just common shares. Open is starting to look a little bit heavier here, guys. IWM still selling off. JP Morgan still selling off a little bit. S&P 500 still selling off. All right, they've halted this OCTO. It's a big halt, so expect it to gap down probably. Look at open coming in. Open looks like it's going to go negative on the tape, guys. Hood still holding up remarkably well. S&P 500. Yeah, there are no puts on the OCTO. It's just common shares, that's it. If you can get them. If you can get common shares, that's all you can trade on it. All right, SPY starting to come in, guys. I think SPY's likely going to try to take us to the dark side here and go negative. Come on, S&P. That would be actually very nice to see. I would love to see SPY dip all the way to negative because then it allows us to buy a potential bounce trade on the S&P 500 today. Let's see which way they want to take us here. Let's erase that. AppLovin's still holding up decently well. You have the S&P starting to trickle a little bit lower. Robinhood still coming in a little bit. Nvidia now looking heavy, guys. Google starting to come in. Tesla starting to see some distribution. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. S&P 500 sitting right on that opening range low, guys. Right on that opening range. Here we go. SPY is getting heavier right now. Yes, it is. SPY is getting heavier. Come on, S&P. Come on, AppLovin. OCTO is a speculation where BMNR just took, what was it, I think, a multi-million-dollar stake. I can't remember the exact amount. It was like 10 million or something. All right, SPY trying to breach that opening range low, guys. SPY is trying to breach. SPY and AppLovin are starting to come in a little bit. Beautiful decline coming into the markets here. AppLovin, SPY are seeing some distribution. Let's go. Still waiting for this OCTO to open up here. Still waiting. Nvidia getting heavy here. Look at AppLovin. AppLovin is starting to work out here. Come on, take us down to TP AppLovin. Get our puts in the money. Get our puts in the money. Google starting to come in a little bit. S&P 500 is potentially about to go negative again. All right, OCTO is open, guys. OCTO is open here. Let's see what type of a movement we get in this pump and dump. Honestly, that's what it is, guys. OCTO is not going to hold on to these gains. You're probably going to look out a month from now and it's going to be back under like $4. So I do not see it holding these gains. You know, move back to $4. That would put us up 86%. I'd take that any day of the week. All right, SPY's still looking a little bit heavier here. AppLovin coming in. Beautiful job on AppLovin. Come on, keep going, keep going. S&P 500 trying to break that opening range low. It's had a 10-minute close outside of your OR low. OCTO still trying to hold up. Hood is still holding up. Meta is still up nicely. Apple slightly negative. Nvidia trying to hold around that 169.50 zone. Still above prior day high. Nat gas still up. AppLovin puts are printing. Live trading group alert for AppLovin. Let's get these puts in the money. Let's see if we can get Octo to pay us yet again. Come on, Octo, dump your ass into the ground. Imagine Octo goes back to like $4 today. I mean, you think about where this stock has come from. I mean, even if we were to retrace this high volume pivot here, imagine we come back to this gap zone over here, which puts Octo back at 244. That would be insane. Don't be surprised. These moves like this are filthy. Now, they can keep this stock pretty elevated. It's a small market cap, but I don't think this stock is going to hold come a week or a month from now, and it's going to probably be down. All right, Nvidia looking a little bit heavier. Now you have Google starting to sell off. Google coming in a little bit here, guys. So GOGL starting to see some distribution. Tesla holding steady for the time being. Let's look at Apple. Apple starting to come in. Nvidia still holding. Robinhood still trying to hold its gains and press here. Big push, big push. Gold still doing remarkably well. Bitcoin slightly faded. Qs are still have a huge divergence against the IWM. Looking at the IWM, IWM did hit that trend line that we drew in. Whoops. And it's trying to bounce there. We'll see if it wants to get rejected. If the IWM gets rejected here, guys, whoa, what's happening with my charts? If the IWM gets rejected here, we could be retesting prior day low. But you've had a nice hour of selling on the Russell. I expect maybe a small bounce and then a continuation and resumption of more downside price. All right, they're bouncing APP a little bit. They're bouncing SPY just a touch here. Google still up 0.36 but faded from the highs. Meta up 1.1 holding 760 like a champ. Tesla slightly faded off of the highs, only up 0.17%. Microsoft doing well today. That's up 0.97. Apple struggling today, down slightly 0.15%. Nvidia up 1.45%, slightly off of the highs. Come on, app loving. Fade us. Fade us. So you're back below that key Fibonacci retrace from your gap up zone. Next fib level is right around that 530 zone, which would take our puts nicely in the money. A potential hourly topping tail on APP. You are hitting some 10-minute chart near-term support, but still very extended here. Google coming in a little bit more now, guys. The Russell has some top wick distribution forming. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen in terms of your sectors, guys. There's quite a bit of red. You have the majority, all sectors are red except for two, XLK and XLY. I repeat, all sectors of the S&P 500 are red except for XLK and XLY. So what does that mean? You're seeing broad market sell side pressure under the hood of this market. Relative strength RSP in the market is deteriorating quite sharply here comparative to S&P 500. We'll see if one of two things are going to happen. Either the S&P mega caps are going to see some more sell side pressure or RSP is going to bounce. Right now the QQQ is holding this market up. Mega cap tech is keeping this market steady right now, but we are seeing massive sell side pressure underneath the hood of this market. A lot of sell side pressure. Hood, new high of day. Open, starting to get heavy here, looking like it wants to go negative, potentially a nice daily chart topping tail to start the week. That could be a major high pivot on OPEN. Coming in hard right now. S&P 500 still holding steady in the near term. IWM still struggling to hold that key upsloping trend line, down 0.5%. Apple getting heavier here. Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Google bouncing. AppLovin still trying to hold steady. Hood printing a new high of day. What else do we got going on? BIDU and BABA starting to see some sell side. United Health, UNH has now gone negative. Ethereum getting some top wick distribution. A lot of stocks. GDX is also seeing gold still remarkably strong here. Coming in a little bit from the highs. You're seeing GDX trying to come in from the highs as well. So GDX has been gapping up and they've been selling it, and gapping up and selling. But still acting very, very well with gold miners with gold's price. Hood is still acting exceptionally well. Nvidia having a strong bounce. The S&P 500, magnificent bounce. Big bounce on the S&P 500, big bounce on the Russell 2000. SoundHound is negative, SoFi's down, AMD just barely positive, Broadcom still holding up quite well. Tesla up 0.3, NIO up 2.2, Hood is up 14. QuantumScape, I forgot about that name today. QS holding exceptional price action today, bouncing from the highs, but QS up 23%. Forgot to mention that name in my pre-market. OCTO still up 2,800% and trying to climb. S&P 500 trying to break out of that opening range. Right back in, looking like a nice liquidity grab, pumping it right back to the upside here. Printing a new high of day. Semiconductors are certainly holding strength, guys. Your SOX is doing quite well. Look at that S&P 500 candle. That is a big move back up, ending the hourly chart with an impressive reversal there. Very strong move. Nice bounce across the board on pretty much all equities. JP Morgan getting a strong bounce. Google still looks a little bit heavier here. Looking at Lululemon. Lululemon still struggling down here in the deep, dark depths below. Open is starting to come in just a little bit more, guys. SPY trying to break out from its opening range high. Looking like a bullish reversal back to the high side. We'll see if it can hold. Google trying to bounce a little bit here. Open still coming in, looking like another new low of day is trying to be printed for open, guys. SPY still holding steady. IWM still bouncing quite nicely. S&P trying to get that liquidity grab to the upside, slightly off of its previous all-time high, around that 649.49 zone, but looking like it wants to try to trend there. Still watching OCTO on my other screen. That's up 2,750%. S&P 500 still moving to the upside. Google looking a little bit heavier. Nvidia still strong. AMD trying to firm up. Broadcom still acting quite well, up 4.52% on AVGO. S&P going for that opening range high breakout. Let's see if they can do it. Markets have been open for just over an hour. Just over an hour of price action. I've made money on Octo. Right now I'm losing on the other short position. We made money on Cold in the pre-market. Shorting nat gas. Nat gas still holding fairly steady. S&P getting some slight rejections off of the high. Here comes OCTO. Can they take our short back in the money, guys? Come on, OCTO. They're selling it hard. My average here on OCTO is still slightly underwater, but 31.38 is my average on short position, and it's coming in harder. S&P, come on down, S&P. APP, still trying to hold steady here. Opens bouncing off of its prior day high. A little bit of a liquidity grab and rejection off of that opening range high. So they're punishing the breakout buyers in the near term there. They're settling down a little bit. Let's see which way they want to trend this market. Hood is still very strong, testing 116. Apple oven up 10.6. Hood is up 14.6. Google's starting to soften just a little bit more. Palantir still holding resiliency. See if there's a short trade on Palantir right now. Palantir, potential little lower high intraday off of that opening range. Yeah, Palantir has been faded. Every time it hits the highs of this range here, it's been faded. Definitely could be one that gets faded again. Still a lot of distribution occurring in PLTR in this region. All right, so you can see what SPY is getting rejected off of is, let me go to the hourly chart, this previous gap fill zone. So the S&P is under a little bit of pressure because look what resistance you're hitting. This was a major gap breakdown zone. And then what happened here was you closed right at that gap, had a big gap up through that zone. We opened a huge reversal bar. So there's a lot of liquidity on SPY traded in this region here. A ton of liquidity. So far, SPY is still trying to hold steady. Yeah, I'm watching ONDS. That one's had a little bit of news regarding drones. It's again, you're seeing a lot of these. It appears to me that they're doing a lot of what's the right word? They're doing a lot of blow off top moves in individual names. I think they're trying to wipe out short pressure in this market. That's kind of what I'm seeing. They're wiping out short pressure in this market. Robinhood coming in just a little bit, but still acting very well. BIDU and BABA still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. A beautiful move on CDNS, guys. Very strong move. This is a world-class stock, CDNS. It's the most profitable in its sector. And what CDNS is doing, had that gap up on earnings, very strong earnings, I must admit. Nice consolidation. And now it's looking to break out to new highs. Very strong bull flag looking chart. Above all of your key daily and weekly moving average. I would suggest keeping CDNS on your radar. It's a world-class quality stock. Little extended intraday today, but definitely a quality name that I think is going to punch the new highs. All right, come on down, AppLovin, take us to the profit land, please and thank you. SPY still holding bullish structure here. Open is coming down. New low of day for open. Open sesame. Nvidia coming in still. Looking at Google. Google starting to get heavy here. They are taking Google to the dark side, guys. They are taking Google to the dark side. Very extended stock on Google, I must admit. Potentially ending with a little bit of a topping tail, but Google's coming in pretty hard. S&P going for that high of day breakout above opening range high. Very impressive for SPY right now. Very impressive. Again, you have a big liquidity short level around this all-time high. That's your previous all-time high. It's not your all-time high, it's your previous all-time high. I should correct that. Previous all-time high. So it looks like they want to punch SPY there. That's at least what is occurring. in the near term. Nvidia going for a potential new high of day. Is still coming in just a little bit. Robinhood still holding structure. IWM still holding up quite well. Octo still up 2,900%. Nvidia up 2. QuantumScape up 22. Robinhood up 14. Planet Labs up 36.75%. Very strong move. ONDS up 14.6. SoundHound flipping back to the green side. AMD trying to push a little bit higher here. Broadcom still doing quite well. Yeah, CDNS was higher, right? It was a gap up earnings, and we caught that whole entire gap up move. That was a nice little trade alert that we caught on CDNS off of earnings. And it's now digested its earnings. It was a really good earnings report. Revenue growth is strong, EPS growth is strong, good guidance. This stock on the larger time frame has broken out of a massive weekly inverse head and shoulders. Again, it's a weekly pattern, so it takes a little bit of time to play out, but the weekly breakout chart takes us to 420. Very strong name, CDNS. No problem. All right, come on, App Lovin'. All right, it's look like they're gonna push Google. Markets are strong right now. I did get stopped out of SPY puts here off of this opening range high. I'm still holding App Lovin' puts, but SPY looking much stronger here, especially if it closes this 10-minute candle at the highs here. No, I'm not in a hood short. Not in a hood short. I'm waiting for hood to make new all-time highs. That's just where it looks like it wants to go. I'm not shorting hood yet. But SPY very strong today. Looking like next resistance, we are coming up into a prior all-time high, previous all-time high, but it looks like they want to keep pushing the S&P 500 here on the back of mega cap tech. So strong right now. Honestly, this week, SPY, as long as SPY has a good close, SPY could easily make new all-time highs. It looks like the S&P 500 wants to go for 654 potentially this week, 653.50. There's no real data today, so the market could just be in a float and grind mode. So what I'm looking for now is a back test and a potential continuation trend day today. I think that we're going to get a nice trend day today. That's what it's looking like. As long as we remain above this opening range high. So this next dip back down to OR high can be bought. Trying to go for another high of day push, S&P 500. Trying to get another higher 5-minute close. Your 10-minute candle close is a little bit more important. This could be one big liquidity grab, but markets are looking pretty decent here. Nvidia holding steady. Tesla's getting faded. Tesla just went negative, guys. Tesla is getting faded here, ladies and gents. Tesla, unfortunately, now negative on the session. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SPY trying to push even higher now. Indeed it is. Yeah, gold is just a one-way freight train, right? Pushing and pushing and pushing. All right, so the S&P 500, this is another aggressive short scalp zone, retesting that prior all-time high. That is an aggressive short zone on the S&P. Let it sweep that high if you're looking to short it. But it's a tough market. The market is looking pretty strong today across the board. And really the major reason is your mega cap tech looks so super strong. Look at semiconductors, SOXX. SOXX is breaking out of a little bit of a near-term downtrend, looking like SOXX wants to go to this gap fill. So you're now into the gap window on semiconductors. So just be careful. This is a tough market right now. There's a lot of relative strength in your tech stocks, and they are certainly showing that we could still push higher. So tough to short the major indices when you have your biggest ETFs like XLK doing quite well, XLY doing well, and XLC. There's certainly a lot of weakness in this market through RSP, but now you have RSP trying to firm up. So if RSP firms up and SPY, that's a recipe for a little bit of a nice continuation move to the upside. So RSP looks like it wants to head to this 188 and change, which should push SPY a little bit higher today. Come on, Apple Oven, what are you doing? What are you doing? Octo still holding steady. Lululemon still a dirty dog. Nvidia still trying to press a little bit. We could see another leg higher here. I'm gonna scalp IWM long on a pullback. You know, IWM is relatively weak today, which is a bit of a problem. I think on pullbacks, you're much better to scalp either the S&P or Qs. Qs are your relative strength, but IWM is still negative on the tape, which means that there's net distribution happening today. I know it's in our human nature, we always want to buy the assets that are depressed, at least a lot of traders, but just on trading a technical basis, um, you're better off to likely buy the S&P off of a pullback. Although IWM, look at where IWM is off of its opening range high here, and SPY is still trading above its OR high. There's much more relative strength in the S&P, and there's even more relative strength in the Qs right now. But, I mean, it could work. Obviously, a rising tide lifts all boats. Looks like the Russell wants to head for this wedge pattern high, and then it'll make a decision if it wants to get rejected or break out there. S&P 500 though still getting bought after every single dip here, right? Small dip gets bought up. It is looking like a bit of a trender today. Looking like a potential trending session today. Apple still struggling, Nat Gas still coming in, Bitcoin making another move higher here. UNH back up 1.1%. Very strong mover on UNH. Very good move. Octo starting to curl slightly lower. Robinhood still just trending near the highs. Again, like I said, it's a tough market to short today, guys. It is a very tough tape to short. At least off of this opening. Alright, guys, we're seeing OCTO coming in hot and heavy here. Let's take us. Take us down here, OCTO. I want my money. I want my money. Come on. Did they hold this bad boy again? Looking for another 25% gain. SPY POC popped to 648.35. Whoa. Getting an alert on silver, guys. Silver hitting some upside targets, spiking here to the high side. Silver hitting my target price. Oh my goodness. Do we have a short level on silver? It could still go a little bit higher. But silver hitting the TP zone. Let's see if we get a blow off move in silver. But that is technically a little bit of a short zone on silver. Interesting. I'm not taking the short yet. I would have to see it really make a big push, but I'll put in a new alert on silver, but that was the measured move. So that TP is your measured move of this inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart of silver. The inverse head and shoulders on silver has played out. Now we see if there's any sort of other blow off top moves that silver makes. I still have an upsloping parallel channel that is a little bit higher. Will they fade this name? Will they fade Octo? UNH is still ripping. BIDU going up for another leg higher. Marvell doing quite well today. Snapchat sucking today. Ethereum still holding some gains. Nvidia up 1.9. Still have majority of your sectors weak on the tape, but the S&P has firmed up a little bit. Sorry, RSP has firmed up a little bit, I should say. Again, retesting that previous all-time high on SPY. We're not even overbought on the S&P. We're not that overbought intraday. Your 10-minute chart, barely overbought on the hourly. The hourly chart looks like we're going to charge for new highs, guys. That's looking like a trend day, a reversal. Look at that. So this is why it's looking like a trend day. So you had your initial sell, consolidation, then they broke it down on the 10-minute close, closed it below the opening range low, and reversed it right back up. Now the proper level to retrace, if we get one, they may not retrace us, but if we get one, the proper retest would be this 649 zone to buy. But they've created a nice little fair value gap zone here, and they're ripping it. That was a liquidity grab to the downside. A little bit of a fake and bake, fake out, shake out here. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, Octo's not doing too much yet. I'll keep App 11. App 11's not doing too much either. Google's still trying to hold its prior day high. Nvidia looks exceptionally strong. S&P 500 breaking above that prior all-time high. Here we go. It is starting to trend here, guys. Trending and squeezing. Netflix turning back to the green side. JP Morgan turning back to the green side. Poor Tesla. Poor Tesla. Negative on the session. This is a bit of a long level on Tesla, guys. It's an aggressive long, but this could work out here. Look what type of support you're hitting. A nice little trend line of support. You can keep a tight stop loss. There is a chance that you might try to sweep these lows. But Tesla in this vicinity, if you're aggressive, you buy here. If you're more conservative, you wait for a pierce. But this should be where Tesla bounces. And if Tesla doesn't bounce here, then it's going back down to about 343. So again, if you're an aggressive trader, you can buy here. But if you're conservative, you let it sweep this little zone here and look for a long. So it's not looking too bad in my opinion. Not looking too bad. Google still struggling. Nvidia putting in bullish consolidation like it wants to press higher. Open pushing right back to the highs. Look at them sell Tesla here. They are starting to dip it here. Dipping it heavy. Let's see if we get a bounce here on Tesla, guys. Excuse me. Robinhood starting to curl to the downside. SPY has some top wick. Nvidia getting slightly rejected. OCTO still up 2,700%, 2,740% right now. That is just filthy. Filthy. Craziness. Absolutely crazy. So there's the sweep on Tesla, guys. It could go a little bit more, but you can see how it pierced that zone right now. and trying to bounce. Look at that. That's a nice little intraday sweep of that pivot low. Could get a bounce back up to this 349 zone. But that is your intraday sweep. Look at that. That's a clinical little educational thing of what a liquidity sweep is. You can see the micro scalpers bouncing it here. But that's what a liquidity sweep is, guys. If you don't know what it is, you come into a major pivot low, a very strong level where there's a double bottom off of a higher low, and you swept the liquidity in a nice little intraday oversold condition. You could still go lower today, but that's a scalping opportunity that just occurred right there. That is exactly it. I never took it, but it's nice to just sometimes watch and get educated on certain key strategies. A lot of different ways to skin a cat in this market. And that is bouncing quite well. Look at that. Very good bounce on Tesla. S&P bouncing quite nicely. Very good bounce. So now if Tesla breaks that low, the question is, where are we going to go? That is the question. Just trying to see any sort of imbalances. If Tesla breaks that low, yeah, I mean, it's looking troublesome. SPY is now running into a bit of resistance here. So this is a short off of a retrace off of this high pivot, keeping tight stops. If you're wanting to short it, you can. I still think we can trend a little bit more, but a little bit of resistance here. At least you have a bit of a doji candle pivot to use as a stop loss. I'm not personally going to take it. You have hood curling slightly down, Robin Hood. App Lovin is trying to bounce a little bit here, APP. You can see hood. Again, hood is another one where if you're wanting to short it using this high pivot as your stop loss, by all means, it's starting to curl down. It's definitely extended intraday. You got some 4-hour chart divergences. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. But again, another name that could be shorted with a defined risk in place. Looking decent on hood. App 11 still curling slightly lower. Tesla's still trying to bounce off of that liquidity sweep zone pretty impressively. So SPY is still looking very strong. IWM still looking very strong. Now, interestingly enough, you do have your tech stocks seeing a little bit of distribution as SPY is trying to hold steady here. IWM back to the positive sign, remarkable bounce off of that trend line on the Russell. Again, another little liquidity sweep of that trend line and then an epic reversal. And trend lines and liquidity sweeps are key because often traders will try to trade with momentum, and off of the sell-off, the momentum was to the downside. So they allowed traders to pile in short, thinking we were going to go lower, and then they just absolutely rip it higher, and you get these strong bounces because it's fueled by aggressive buying and short covering. And that's exactly what just happened here and is happening in the near term with Tesla. Tesla doing a nice retrace. Again, it's still in a little bit of a bearish trend, but the market SPY is holding up quite well. All right, App Lovin still seeing a little bit more distribution. Come on down, App Lovin. I want you to take a fall, see some profit taking. Oh, guys, it's 11:04. The market is slow right now. I'm gonna go to the gym, and I'll keep the stream going. I can still comment on the chat through my phone. Um, but nevertheless, if anything happens and I take profits on App Lovin, or really that's the only trade alert that I have out there in terms of day trades and this OCTO, of course. And then obviously members, I'm always watching our positions as closely as possible. You need a gym partner. Why don't I come to Miami? I know. I do want to buy a house in the States and escape these Canadian winters because these winters I get no vitamin D. My tan goes away. Not that I have a tan going on right now, but the sun is important. The sun is important. I usually travel to Miami once a year. Well, Florida, I should say. Been to Miami a couple times. You moved from Austria to Miami. Wow, no way. That's actually where I hold dual citizenship in Austria. I carry an Austrian passport. Very cool, Ram. I had no idea. My background is Austrian. My grandfather was born in Austria. So I hold dual citizenship, two passports. I always use it when I'm traveling to Europe. Pretty cool. All right, SPY, you can see just holding up like a champ right now. Very strong on the session. Google looks a little bit iffy right now, and Tesla out of your mega caps. Apple's obviously on a bit of a knife edge. JP Morgan has flipped back to the negative side. So there are aspects of the market that are still struggling, especially when you look at the sectors. You know, if we just throw in the quick sector analysis here, and we look at all of our S&P sectors, the market has firmed up quite a bit compared to where we were this morning, but you look, 6 sectors of the S&P are negative, plus you have regional banks and retail under pressure. And then your strength today is in your tech, XLK, consumer discretionary. And then you have some slight gains in industrials, financials, and communications. So it's kind of mixed across the board. Not everything is performing, but generally when technology is this strong, it's tough to really break down. All right, we'll keep those on watch. What else do I need to watch here? Nothing else really jumping out at me today. Kind of just digesting moves. Big bounce on app 11. Just jumping on the mic here, we are getting some downside volatility in the overall market. You're seeing some of the mega caps really give up price action. It started with Apple, then it flirted into Google. Google and Apple negative. Tesla's been weak pretty much since the open. JP Morgan's coming in. And we're seeing the Russell right now testing the lower boundary wedge pattern. S&P triggering a bit of a head and shoulders pattern, breaking that opening range low of day. Not looking too good for the major indices right now. It does look like we could go through a bit of downside volatility. I have a long level on SPY, or at least a TP target around a 646 Pierce on SPY. If we break this little wedge pattern on the Russell 2000, then we have next stop is 236.65. If you break that little neckline, you've triggered a head and shoulders, which takes you down to sub 235. So we are seeing a bit of distribution. You've had some nasty reversals on some individual names, specifically OPEN. Open has really seen a pretty dirty reversal back to the downside. But we'll see if they want to do a fake breakdown liquidity grab in the S&P. But overall, SPY briefly tapped, almost went negative there to its gap fill. We'll see if it can muster up some strength and hold steady here. But again, the downside target takes us right to about there. Again, Qs are still leading the charge to the upside, but they've softened up quite a bit. S&P almost went negative there. Dow Jones component negative. China stocks still remain pretty resilient here. Nvidia is still holding up quite well. Google trying to firm up. Apple's had a really nice bounce here. Open is getting absolutely demolished. Take it down, Open. That is a really, really nasty decline. Open is going sub $6 today. We are heavy here. Pretty slow in the major indices today. Very tight range on the S&P 500. The IWM definitely had a bigger range than the S&P 500, putting in a little bit of some higher highs in the near term. It's still off of its high of day, but giving us a little bit of a higher high here. So we'll see if it can manage to hold that zone, or if they're doing a little bit of a liquidity grab. S&P is at some little bit of resistance, point of control, top of the wedge formation. Apple's looking weak. Nvidia is now selling off. We do have the big behemoth getting some sell side pressure. That could obviously hurt the markets as a collective. Let's see if we get a bit of a sell candle in the major indices. IWM is still holding above its point or value area high here, 238.22. Trying to break out, but keeps getting some top wick distribution selling. The S&P is now the weakest indice on the tape. So SPY's holding a little bit better. The volume's pretty thin across the board. Nice little decline in the Russell starting to take shape. All right, so we're getting a little bit wickier here. IWM tried breaking out to the highs of the session. Looking like it's having a little bit of trouble up here. Definitely a little bit of trouble. Nvidia getting heavy. Apple's still really doing poorly on the session. IWM still holding above that previous little pivot high, as well as its value area. SPY is getting slightly faded here off of its point of control. Russell's trying to come in just a touch. Come on. Nat gas still at 2.7, crude oil at 0.9, Bitcoin up 1.14, dollar down, yields down, VIX down. Are they going to take SPY negative here into the close? We will find out momentarily. So far, they're holding this market up relatively well. Kind of appearing to be an inside consolidation day, which honestly isn't a bad thing. Caleb's saying we're getting into the buyback blackout. Might see a flush at the imbalance. Very good point. You could definitely. Bit of a dip coming into the Russell. Nvidia is trying to stage a bounce. Google curling down. Apple still a little bit weaker. S&P still just hovering right at that opening range low point of control, sandwiching itself against a key resistance level and a key support level. Which way is it going to break? Which ways are we going to break? Let's see if we can get the IWM to retest 238. EMA 113 is a big level on the 1 minute chart for scalpers. That's where we could flush to, which would put us at around 237.86. It's looking like a bit of a failure of this previous little pivot high. Nice little price action decline in the Russell. Come on, give us a nice little flush. Good little decline starting to come into the IWM. Come on, give me more. Give me more. Is hanging on by a thread to that opening range low. Apple's trying to bounce. Nvidia's still coming into its prior day high. SPY still holding steady. Still looks like a bit of a short covering bounce. That's probably going to get sold into, my best guess. As SPY's curling down. So getting heavy. Options traders, get ready to take some profits on our IWM puts right there. I just trimmed, guys, right there. Beautiful gain. Just trimmed half. Move that stop to break even. Make sure the trade doesn't go against you on those IWM 0 DTEs. Still riding some 238 puts, but took first trim there. Nice little 42% win there. Come on, give us more. My next cover zone is basically knifing through this EMA 113, guys. 238 puts are in the money that we just took. Good job if you took. Great job. Again, next profit zone is right into this EMA, but don't let the trade go against you. My average is 14 cents. I had a pretty bad entry, but nevertheless resulted in a nice win. All right, Nvidia is still selling off. Google making new lows on the session. Apple curling to the downside. Look at the drop. Bang, bang. That is stunning. Yep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We jumped into the IWM 238 0 DTEs. Those printed. S&P printed. Beautiful job if you caught that trade with us. Excellent. Nice little power hour session. Amazing. Amazing. That was really, really good. Basically sweeping the low coming right into that EMA. Thank you, thank you. Right, so SPY can still sell off a little bit more. It needs to hit this down sloping wedge pattern, gap fill, as well as your value area low. So it could still go a little bit lower here. Don't be surprised if we drip a little bit more to the downside. Nvidia is still looking fairly heavy. That's exactly the little trade we were looking for. Here you still have Nvidia selling off pretty sharply here. Nvidia is still selling off pretty sharply. Take a look at this behemoth under a lot of pressure here into the close. Google as well. We'll see if Nvidia can stage a bit of a relief bounce as the S&P is bouncing. Open Door has still put in a very bearish reversal. Very bearish. And it's flagging here, creating a bit of a bear flag, so it appears. You want to try an SPXW trade? Apple down, Google negative, Tesla negative, JP Morgan negative. You still have Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Meta, green on the tape. Green on the tape. Big bounce in the IWM. So notice how we never ever truly confirmed this breakout. You had a wick through, then another wick, and then a bigger wick that got sold into, closed back inside of this wick. So arguably a little bit of a 5-minute chart failed breakout on the Russell. We'll see if it can bounce, but again, don't be surprised if the S&P gets more downside pressure here. You are forming a bit of this falling wedge formation, so it can potentially break out off of this W pattern, but I still think that we need a little bit more downside. Oh, a minute before the imbalance. Around 349, you want to take an S&P. So, those are high risk, high reward trades, right? The imbalance can go any which way. Um, Again, since the markets have come off of their highs, I would lean bearish, but the markets are positive on the tape, so I truly don't know which way the imbalance is going to go. I don't like when I don't have any sort of an edge. Obviously, you can make a shitload of money if you guess right and you have a big candle down, but you can also pretty much lose anything, right? So if you are going to trade the imbalance, just always size it for risk and pretty much complete loss because it's risky. It's super, super risky, right? Look at the wide range red bar down. Nasty. They are filthy, these market makers. Nasty 1 minute candle there. And there she goes. Down she goes. 238 puts her back in the money. down, IWM. IWM wants new lows, guys. Look at that destruction. Destruction. Can they take the Russell back to the dark side? We will find out momentarily. It's looking like they might. It's looking like they want to flush this Russell. Flush it down. Bracing into the final back half. Caleb saying no muscle on the Russell. Nope. Going negative again. Look at that decline. Bit of a liquidity grab and fake out. Nasty, nasty higher pivot fake out. That's why sometimes the larger time frames are very important, right? We focus on as traders, the 1, 5, and 10, but you zoom out to your 20 and hourly, and I mean, that's a failed breakout on the Russell. That is a failed breakout. And what does that mean? That means we still have in place a potential head and shoulders formation intraday that can take us down to this bearish TP. Obviously, it hasn't triggered, but anyone in the options group still holding those put options, those absolutely rocketed. We tagged that EMA 113. SPY continue to come down. If we were to flush into this area here, there might be a bit of a long scalp. Let's zoom out to the 5. I would buy the Russell as a flush and pierce into this trend line, hitting this EMA. I'd look for 237 0 DTs as a bit of a free trade idea. You can see that you might try to retest this little breakout zone. S&P coming in a little bit more. Still looking a little bit heavier here. You've also had a name like ONDS get faded from the highs here, closing back inside of that previous high pivot reversal. So it's looking like that name potentially has put in a near-term top, very extended. IWM continuing to melt here. Drop it down, Russell. Drop it down. Oh my goodness gracious me. I even closed my 0 DTEs a touch too early. Wow. Those 0 DTEs that we just issued are almost up 100%. That's okay. I took 62%. That was a good game for me. Great game. I'll take 62% any day of the week. Let's zoom out what we got here. So the Russell failed on that candle. Trying to come back in here. So if we failed on that high pivot, it likely wants to retest these lows and fake out the bears. It is getting pretty heavy here. Now the question is, if they keep selling it into that MOC, are we going to get a bounce or will they just give us a absolute knife down? So what I'm hoping for here is they keep selling it into MOC and then on MOC you get a big knife down candle and then that's the candle you buy. That's the only way I'd trade the reaction. So if we keep selling off into MOC and then on MOC we get a big impulse candle down, then I think that is the way to trade it and try to scalp it on the long side. Look at that decline. Anyone in the options group still holding? Yep, no one went broke taking profit, 100%. I get a little salty when I see the contracts absolutely running like they are right now, from 14 cents to now 33, 35 cents. But again, like you said, no one goes broke, right? Profits are profit. I'm grateful that I made money on the trade. A couple $100 in the pocket is a couple $100. Pays it's a nice day of work within a few minutes of trading. Look at them knifing the Russell. My oh my, those contracts we entered were ripping, ripping. Holy. Crazy, 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 crazy business. This is a filthy, dirty business. Trapped the long liquidity up there and just smoked them. Smoked them.